What about this one? Have you heard this? Seen this? The one in the far end, bottom left. It's Alibaba Cloud. Okay. Okay, these are all cloud services. What is fascinating about cloud services is that when there's a new mainstream technology that will immediately be available in the cloud environment. Okay. So the service, for example, it is Internet of Things, IoT. When IoT was, the one of the hot topics that was being talked about in the industry, Azure, AWS, they all came up with infrastructure that we can utilize fairly immediately, right? Before the cloud era, the problem was there was a barrier to entry into new technologies. So if there is like a very high-end security system or a server-based system, we can't afford to buy so many servers, right? Even as students or even as small companies, they wanted to deliver that type of service, but they won't be able to spend that much of a budget in implementing that sort of technology. But what cloud has done, what cloud has enabled us is they provide this technology. So Azure has IoT Studio, IoT Hub, sorry. IoT Hub is there, which you can utilize. And if you got like an Arduino kit that you can program on your laptop and then make it, for example, a car to run or a robot to run, you can then control that using IoT Hub in the cloud. Right? You don't have to have your PC, so it can be somewhere else and you can control it. Likewise, so there's so many services available. Blockchain. Anybody heard of blockchain? Yeah, everybody's familiar with that? Right. So when the blockchain technology came, it was even harder to understand what the blockchain was, right? But Azure and AWS, they have these platforms where you can create your own private blockchain. Like if you're a company, the public blockchains are there like Bitcoin and Ethereum and others, right? But you have some private blockchain ledgers you can create within Azure, right? There are in Azure Marketplace, there's templates where you can use to create dApps in Ethereum network. Okay, so these are being simplified. So these are all available. Similarly, if you are like a autonomous vehicle driving system like Tesla, where that type of technology is required, Azure has Azure High Performance Computing, where you can utilize that, right? Augmented reality, virtual reality, for all of these, the infrastructure and the services is there in the cloud. That's what the important aspect of the cloud is, and it can immediately be available for anybody. You don't pay for the whole service; you pay only for what you use. So that model assists us much more. With all of these advancements, what has happened is the security world, the adversaries, right, the attackers and hackers, they can also utilize this environment, right? They can also utilize this environment. And as soon as you go into using these tools and services that are hosted in the cloud, if you don't know the full idea about how to secure these environments, right, creating a storage account in Azure will be very easy, right? If you just go into storage and create a storage account, you put some details, it'll create a storage account. But if you don't know how to secure it, and if you kept it publicly available, anybody can access it, right? You can do this as an experiment. Azure, you can create a free account, and then you can go and create a VM with a public IP, and you see how quickly it is getting attacked, right? Being scanned to see what's available. All of this will be there. So with all of these advancement in the cloud and the technology and making it available to anybody, the attackers also utilizing this environment, right? So if you look at the threat landscape, if you be quiet for 1 second, like if I be quiet for 1 second, during that time, there's been 4,000 password attacks so only in that 1 second across the world. And you can see this, it only takes, if somebody sends an email, right? Say that, oh, you won the lottery to go to, or somewhere, or there's a big lottery that you can gain. And if you will receive that email, if you click that email, that is a phishing email, and then, you click on that. It takes about 1 hour for them to get access to your data, right? And there's a global shortage of security professionals, who needs to protect these systems and environments. There's a 3.5 million global shortage of cybersecurity professionals, right? So there's a huge threat, and then we need to protect this, right? How do we utilize these tools and services? That's where artificial intelligence comes in, right? Because what you can do is you can do things quickly, right? Those days, your assignments that you did, or your presentations, your proposals that you did, took hours. Now, if you present it properly to an AI tool, a generative AI tool, it'll generate it within seconds, right? So the productivity is there, the efficiency is there, right? So with that in mind, with these advancements, what's happened is attackers also utilizing that these environment, right? For example, they're creating fake content in the internet, right? You can, I don't know, I saw a video 2 days ago about Donald Trump uh, and a relationship with somebody else. It's a video actually, it's fully generated by AI, right? They can create news. There's lots of fake news there, which tends to be very realistic, right? So it's coming to that point where the fact is being hidden by the fake news, and then deep fake is there, right? So you may have seen deep fake technologies being used to speak like Obama. Obama speaking somewhere else, but his lips movements are being changed to present the text that's been fed into that, right? So you can do all of those things. And then spear phishing, right? Spear phishing is not like the standard phishing. Standard phishing is like you go into phishing and you put a big net, or like you're a phishing fraud. But now you can specifically target one person because your information can be gathered, and it will be like very personalized, right? So I have an experience where there was this manager within the company, right? He used to message email, right, his members of the team in a specific style. He would only write 3-4 lines of responses or quick short emails. But then the attackers were, they hacked and they got access to his email, and they were following what his style is, and they pretended to be writing emails exactly like him. So the team members think that it is coming from his manager. You understand? So the personalization is there. So that type of attacks are increasing. And many of the code, the democratization of cybercrime is because there was a barrier before where if you want to get into hacking, you wanted to know a lot of things, and you also be able to create malwares, which means you require a lot of programming language, right? Backend languages and how that functions. Nowadays, if you are creative and you can feed that into the AI tool, it'll create the code, right? You only need to know a little bit of knowledge around the topic and to use the tools. Then you can use that code output from the tools. And then you can start creating, malwares and viruses and all sorts of things. So, and then impersonation fraud. So these types of frauds are increasing so much with the AI tools. Now, how do we utilize the same AI tools that the attackers are using to secure this, right? How can we empower the defenders, right, who are protecting the systems, who want to protect the systems in using these tools, right? It's a new way because it is continuously improving because the hyperscale environment. So these cloud platforms that I discussed earlier on, they provide what? That massive computing power, right? The infrastructure is there, which we can utilize as well. And then the speed is the important thing, right? So if you detect something in your environment, the way you would actually respond to it, you can't take hours and days to investigate that attack and then you respond. By that time, your private data will be leaked, right? So you need to be able to quickly respond. That's where the AI comes into play because of the massive computing power that it can do, and then the technology can quickly generate responses. We can start using that, right? And then it's the collaborativeness that you can use, because using an AI tool is using like talking to somebody, right? You just need to be very creative and very uh, your dialogue with the AI tool should be more in a way that it actually gives you what you actually want, right? You can't. So as long as you are better at that, which is called the prompting, right? That's why there's a job that's been emerging, and it's already there, called prompt engineers, right? So there's a prompt engineer job role available in the market, because the more effectively you interact with the tool, the more you can come up with, you can get from those tools. So this is using this tool. What Microsoft has done is they've created this co-pilot for security, specifically for security, right? There are Copilot for Office, there are Copilot for Power Platform, various different Microsoft tools, right? In the Edge, you can use, in the Edge browser, you can use a Copilot that's on the right-hand side on the top. If you click that, it'll come up and you can ask, ChatGPT-like environment where you can ask questions and it to do certain tasks. Microsoft Copilot for Security is specialized in protecting, right? And then protecting the existing environment, right? So a Copilot for Security it's covering this Defender, Sentinel. Sentinel is a Microsoft environment that is a SIEM source solution. Entra is an authentication environment, and then Microsoft Intune is the endpoint management, device management environment. Purview, the compliance environment. And then Microsoft has a big, huge threat intelligence database, right? It receives billions of signals and it is processing. So there's a big database that Microsoft manages. So it can utilize, okay, if there is an attack detected with one IP address in your environment, Microsoft has a big threat intelligence database that can go put that IP address and say, has this IP address been used in any other attacks? Has this domain name been used in any other attacks? What is the security score for this domain name? Is it good? Is it better? Is it bad? Has it been used in spams? So that is, this is what the Copilot for Security is. Okay. It includes all of that. Before we delve into the Copilot for Security, I just want to go into the foundations of the ChatGPT type of models, right? So you see the LLMs, large language models, right? Which we have in ChatGPT, which are text-based, where you input the text and then you get an output, right? But these are developed, they've been trained. They have something called foundation models, right? So this foundation model that's how they've been trained, okay? So you use, we call it multimodality, right? So you input text like big books and articles, all of that in the text form, and you also input images, right? And then you also input speech and audio recordings, etc. And then it gets trained. So you put untrained, unlabeled training data, right? And then it gets trained. Then it gets adapted. Using that, all of this information, it is getting adapted. And it can give you answers, it can give you analytical answers, right? The way we work, for example, our brain works, right? If you had some a different type of food from North India, whenever you've been to North India. As soon as somebody says about that food, even the smell comes into your thoughts, right? The memories, the place where you had that food, everything comes, right? Because of that connectivity, our brain has that, it creates synapses, the connections, lots of connections. Similarly, the foundation models does that. It is not only if you feed in information, this is the, for example, this is you feed a book called, Culture of South India, right? And then you ask a question, what's the famous food in South India? You'll say sambar, right? It is picked up, it has picked up that information from that book, right? So this is where the change is happening. All these days, the way we use systems, for example, you ask for a question in Google, right? Is a syntax, right? A process and there's a syntax. You ask a keyword, right? Let's say, what is foundation model? Then it will bring up all of the websites and articles that are available online, right? But which one it brings up on the first page and the top result is depending on the algorithm of Google, right? You have to satisfy that algorithmic requirements in your web page. Imagine once somebody has written a really nice article about foundational models, which even a 10-year-old can understand. But if he or she hasn't actually customized that link, that article for the chatbots of Google, we will not find it. Why? Because it is not satisfying that process of Google, right? Your metadata, your SEO optimization, the search engine optimization has not been done on that article, so it will not come up. We will never read that article because that article might be in the 15th or 20th page of Google. You won't click to the 20th page and look at it, right? But the way we work with the foundational models, so the GPT-based models, is different. They actually can. You just ask the question and they will grab all the information and give you because of that connectivity that it has built from the information that you fed. So we basically, it's called the semantic model, right? So it's connecting all of these dots and then it's giving you an answer. It can create stories. It can create, the image that I showed in the first slide, that was generated. So I gave some input. I said, I want an image for Copilot that shows that shows actually securing the environment. So he put some security icons around that, and it built that robo, and then like a sitting Copilot, the weave of the runaway. It was all there, right? So by feeding that information, it generated that. So the problem is these foundation models can be trained in stateful and stateless model, right? Stateless means it doesn't save any data. For example, if you ask this foundation model, who is the Prime Minister of UK, it will say Rishi Sunak. If you just go to ChatGPT now and ask that question, it'll still say Rishi Sunak because the foundation model was trained when 2022. That time he was the Prime Minister. Now the Prime Minister has changed, but it has not been updated. Right? Training that is very expensive. So that's one problem. You don't have a contextual. There's a time limitation, right? Then the other problem is you have, for example, you use this model in Azure. There's Azure AI Studio, right? You can go into AI Studio and use this model. You can grab this model and you can customize it. You can train it. You can do customizations to your organization. You can do that. But if you just grab this model and then start using it in your organization, right? And you ask a question, for example, what is the MDs or CEOs email or account login status or account login update for the last 1 month? If you ask that question, it will not give you that output because it doesn't know about the information about your organization, does it? No. So those two problems are solved by something called plugins, right? So you have to use this foundation model and develop a plugin and then connect your data sources. That plugin will connect your data sources. You bring this into your organization and then you connect to your organization using the plugins to your organizational data. There you can upload your policies and you can upload your hierarchy. Say this is the CEO, this is the CFO, there is the CTO, and these are their email accounts. All of that information you can put that here. Then it will know. Then if you ask that question, you'll say, okay, CTO was here, he has logged in from India and from US. Then you check, or whether has he flown to US, during that daytime, you can do all of those comparisons. So that's where the plugins. And now let's have a look how the data is flowing in the Copilot for Security. Okay, so Copilot for Security is like that. They've used the foundation model and they've trained with more data using plugins. Right, all of those services are connected as plugins. Right. So first, you use a prompt from. It can be from Sentinel, Entra ID, Defender, whichever it is. You prompt the Copilot for Security, then it does a pre-processing. So these are the plugins. You can see the second one where it goes to. They have developed plugins for all of these different tools. Okay, this goes into the plugin. That process is called grounding. Okay, and then for the prompt, it gets more information from these plugins, right? And the next step is it's sending that information to the LLM. Okay, the large language model. That's where the Azure Studio, the actual model is there. And then from there, it enriches, okay, it is trying to build that answer for the prompt, and it's sending back, right? It comes to the Security Copilot, and then again it goes back to these plugins to make sure the response is correct, and does it need more enrichment, more information, data, and then finally the user gets the output, which is called the app command. Okay, so this is the data flow, and the data security. I'll come to the point there, but everything within the Copilot for Security is retained within the environment. It doesn't go out, right? It is not being used to train that data model. Okay, so your organizational data is secure. So what it does is basically increases the response time, right, and then simplify the complexity where you can input natural language inputs, and then you can also get a deeper understanding about your organization and how the security of the organization works, and then it strengthens the prompt book. Prompt books are basically, I'll come to that point, but it's the collaborative experience that gives you, you're asking questions every time, but you can convert all of those questions into something called prompt book. That's the simplest explanation of a prompt book, but we'll come to that in a little bit. And in Copilot for Security, it comes in two different modes. Okay, you can use that either in a standalone mode, which is basically like a ChatGPT. It's the same similar experience you will have. The other one is actually in one of those plugins, the security environment. For example, it can be Defender, Sentinel. Like you have this in Edge. It is in that product, and those two are the models. And then when you use this Copilot for Security as the standalone mode, which is in my view, it's a better option, right? It then generates, you can input this information in questions, your questions, and then it's an answer. So for example, are any of my machines affected? And we'll just, these are the machines that have been affected or targeted by XYZ. It'll give you all of that. And there's an interesting question called, who am I? This information goes to the plugin of Entra ID, and it will say, this is your user ID, you have logged in, your user account was created, such and such date, all the information. Right. The next option is prompting, right? Just before we go into the demo, I have a demo to show, right, how the Copilot for Security is working. Before I go into that, we just need to understand this methodology, the change that is happening in the AI environment, right? we used Google search engines. Okay. In Google search engines, how did we search? How do we search? We put the keywords in. Yeah. And then it gives the results, right? Can you use the same method to interact with ChatGPT? Why? Why we can't do that? Will it not give an answer? It won't?
We won't get level answer.
Yeah. So it won't. We won't get a precise answer. It will be very vague, right? If you ask some question about something, it'll just be very vague. Just putting a keyword, it'll give you paragraphs and paragraphs of answer, right? So now we need a different way of thinking. The psychology of approaching these new AI tools has to be different, not like we use search engines in the past, or at least today, right? That is what the prompting is. Like I said, there's a prompt engineering role itself. So the more creative you are, the more output you can get from these tools, right? So the wording, the way you ask the word, these tools has to be very important, right? So when you ask, you give as much contextual information as possible, right? So in this scenario, for example, there's one, you want to understand whether the management team's emails are safe or their logins are safe, right? Okay, let's say, for example, somebody in the management team has, he's gone on an international tour to different countries. You know the countries, right? Now you need to understand during his tour whether his account has been, compromised or has anything happened. You just need to do some hunting, right? In that scenario, you will just say, this user's, can you get all of the sign-in logs for this user from the days he traveled, right? Then it'll give, okay, these are the days this user has traveled, not traveled, logged in to this portal, this application, this website. It'll tell all of that information. Then you can ask, give me all the locations of those IP addresses that he has signed in from. Then you can match it, right? He has gone to, let's say, Switzerland, to UK, to US, to India, right? Now you only need to get those 5 location IP addresses, right? If you get something else, then there's a little bit of suspicion. Then you need to investigate a little bit more. So likewise, you have to generate that search query so that it understands and give you the correct answer that you want to, right? So the intention, your end goal has to be very clear, and then you have to word it around that, and that's prompting. And prompting is not chat. This is where the idea of prompt books is also coming, right? It is actually, when you go into ChatGPT, the same way Copilot for Security is also working, has sessions, right? When you create a new search, it creates a new session, right? Then the follow-up searches are questions that you ask, the information that you feed, it'll all be saved in that session, right? That session is basically its own little learning environment. You can feed information that is all collected, and it's like a notebook. You can even save that as a reference for later, right? You can go back and understand, right? But if you do a Google search, it's not, right? Or even if you do some chat with some other tools, it's not you can't, there's no possibility. There are possibilities, but there's no easy ways of having that as a file. So that's where the idea of prompt book is coming. So Copilot for Security, for example, what we are talking about is speedy response, right? So if there's an attack or an alert that comes in your network and says, this user has logged in from an Indian IP address, and in 5 minutes he has logged in from a UK IP address. Is there a possibility that one person fly from India to UK in 5 minutes? No. So what has happened? You need to now understand, right? So that information has to be quick. Then you will have to ask so many questions within Copilot for Security to establish whether that's a positive attack or there's something that you need to worry about. Now, if you ask, let's say you ask 10 questions to establish that it's not a serious case. Now, the next time something like that happens, you will have to again ask all of those 10 or 11 or 12 or 15 questions, right? But instead of asking those questions, what you can do is you can save all of those questions as a prompt book. And next time something like that happens, you call that prompt book, and prompt book will ask all of those questions in steps for you, right? So that's the idea of prompt book, right? This is how another simple diagram, we only see the top part. We submit a response, a prompt, and then we get a response. But inside the Copilot for security, it's actually building the context using the skills, right? And then it develops a plan, and then it comes up with the output and formatting, and it gives you the response, right? Right. The security of the data. So if a company uses the foundation model within Azure AI Studio, and then they start, or Copilot for security, the Copilot for security, if you start using Copilot for security in your organization, the way it works is your data will be stored within that Copilot for security environment instance that you create. It will not go out. Nobody else who's using Copilot for security will have access to that data, right? It's not even used to train the AI models. Microsoft is clearly stated that it's not even used to train the AI models, right? And it can be, you can protect your data within the organization based on the policies of the company. So your data is your data, and it's in a confined environment, right? Even if you go in Azure or the other point is that there are, before we just go into the demo, the way the data is accessed is if you launch a Copilot for security, it does not have access to everything in your tenant. It does not. It will only have, as a user, for example, right, you give access to an IT administrator to enter ID or to Purview, right, or Defender within Microsoft. That, for example, that administrator, IT administrator has full admin access. Then the Copilot will get full admin access, okay? Because he's the one who's using Copilot. His access is applied to the other plugins and areas that Copilot can go, right? If an administrator only has a read access in certain areas, right? Enter ID, for example, the Copilot for security will also have that level of access. Okay, it depends on that user. Within the Copilot for security, there is its own permissions. There's 3 types of permission roles applicable, and then you also got the Enter ID permission, which is Enter ID is the authentication provider within Microsoft, right? And then you got the role-based access control, right? Which requires you've seen the Copilot on all the other. Have anybody used Office Copilot in Word, Excel? Just try it or not? Have anybody used the Edge Copilot in Edge? Yeah? Okay. So you click on the top right, and it comes up that window, right? But Copilot for security, you can't use it that way. It needs a computing environment, which means like a VM has to be deployed first, right? A computing source has to be deployed first within Azure, then you can start using this, right? So you also need access to the Azure environment, right? Okay, so before we go into the demo, we see you need a Azure subscription for you to start training and playing around with this Azure Copilot for security, and you also need an Enter ID tenant. Then the computing power that I told about is the security capacity units, right? These are costly at the moment, very high price. So if you compare to other cloud services, the Copilot for security is basically like, if you use one SEU, it costs around $4 an hour, okay? So it'll cost around $2,900 if you keep it running for a whole month, right? And that is one. You just use one. And Microsoft recommends for you to get good responses, quick responses, you need at least 3. You need to be running 3, which means per hour you will be incurring about $12, right? You can use or you can deploy these SEUs and you can use and then you can delete it after your use is finished, right? So pay per use is there, pay as you go model is there, right? Before, okay, next demo, let me show you. So within Azure, I actually deployed one. You can see this Copilot for Security instance, which is this SEU that I talked to you about, right? And I'm currently using 2. The reason is I'll do some demos, and then I'll show you how to increase and decrease this as well. Okay. And you can see they deployed to this, and the next step is if you want to use this, the URL for this is if you go there. So scroll down. So I haven't set it up. So okay, this is first when you deploy the SEU, you get this, and you see this one here is they go to the portal and complete the setup, right? So this setup, it takes you to the securitycopilot.microsoft.com. Okay, you can see this URL on the top. That's the standalone version's URL. Okay, Security Copilot for securitycopilot.microsoft.com. Okay, and then here it's asking you to select. When I load that, when it's asking you to select the security capacity unit, which I created first. Okay, now I've selected aMP, which I created, and then I click apply. Okay, now it's confirming, it's done. Let's see, takes me to that window. You might be familiar with this window. It looks similar to ChatGPT. Everybody's using ChatGPT a lot for your assignments? Yeah? Good. Okay, so here you can start, typing in your queries similar to ChatGPT, but I'll just go before we ask those prompts, into the prompts, I'll go and show you the settings. So you see, these are your sessions, right? At the moment, I've only got 2 sessions saved in this, right? Which I did, see on Sunday, right? And the next is, you've got the sessions, and then you've got the prompt book libraries. These are all the existing. There are some default prompt book libraries that are being set up, okay? Which you can use. So what you need to do is you basically click running this, and all of those, sequential questions will be running. We'll do how we can create one prompt book. And these are the permissions. There's 2 types of, it shows the security capacity unit. You can change it from here. At the moment it's 2. It shows the price, how much it's going to be if I keep it running for 1 month, right? Yeah, dollars. Okay, and I can increase it, decrease it, right? But I can't decrease it to 0. I only have to bring it down to 1, and then go and delete it. Okay. Yeah. Plugins for who's got access to plugins, who can manage, all of that information is there. And then you've also got some UI change settings here, data privacy, that information is there. And then role assignment. I told you there's only very simplistic permission structure, which is owner and contributor, right? That's it. Okay, so those are and then you can also see the usage, what you've done, right? Actually, I've got, let's do this now. So within Azure, I will ask, I have enter ID here. I've created some users. I will ask a question about one user, okay? I'm going to ask a question about this support at Canstech. Okay. Provide sign-in information about of supported Canstech. Okay, so I'm just asking a vague question here, right? Just asking some sign-in information. Now you see it's going through a series of checks. Now first it's trying to determine checking the plugins you are using. Okay. While that is loading, I will just show you these are the sources. If you click on this, you see all of this. These are the plugins, right? I can connect to different plugins. Okay, so you can see Azure Firewall, Microsoft Defender Threat Intelligence, Defender XDR, Entra. These are all linked now, okay, to my Copilot for security. And Intune, Purview, Sentinel, all of these are linked. And you also have, these are Microsoft plugins, right? You also have non-Microsoft plugins. So this is Circle Hash Lookup, which is a service that is available where you can put some hash codes and it gives all of the information. Shodan is, I don't know if you probably have heard of, Shodan is, it gives you access, information about online available resources. So you can look like what industrial systems are available online, like the CCTV cameras that are available online. All of this information can be looked up. And you can utilize that. If you click this, you need to go through a setup procedure where you can put the API key. I have connected URL scan. URL scan is a website where you can put, you can scan the URLs and then understand whether a URL is being used for spam, and then it gives you these codes, what IP addresses it uses, all of that information. We can use that in Copilot for security. What we do by enabling this is we don't have to go to URL scan. For example, that same person who has gone to different countries may have accessed one website. We want to understand that manager who visited countries, in those countries, has he, he's visited this URL that, Copilot security will say. And then you can say, there can be another prompt, say that, can you check the validity and the, level of that URL, and then you can define and prompt it properly, saying that use the URL scan plugin. That way it'll use that. Okay, right, so those are the plugins. Okay, now this output has come up and it has taken 1 minute and 44 seconds. Okay, it has gone through 3 steps for my prompt. Okay, so the first step is to determine what plugin it needs to use. So I asked about one user account. So it's using the Entra ID plugin. You can see this one here on the right. Right? So I can see it chose Microsoft Entra as a plugin, and it processed my request. It took 7 seconds, and then prepared my request, and then it's giving me information now. Okay, so it says here are the sign-in details for the user supported Canstech. Okay, the date, the application is Azure portal, and then the IP address it signed in from, and the OS operating system is Mac OS and using Firefox, which browser it used, location, it's used from Colombo, right? The successful, the login status was success, right? And then sign-in ID, there's an object ID for that user ID. That's been taken, okay? And again, giving all of that information. Now, if I say, has this user tried to access unauthorized portal? within Office 365. Okay. Taking that time. Okay, now I said that we can generate this, we can create prompt books, right? Prompt book, you see this one, the first question, my first prompt was this one, right? Provide sign-in information of this user. I can click this tick button, tick that, and then I can also tick this one. So the second one, it didn't actually give me proper information. So I can also tick this one. And then what I can do is click this and create a prompt book. So next time I want to ask that questions, I can click, right, Salem saved prompt book. Okay. The next time I want to ask all of those questions, just not two, you can add many questions into that, and then you just run that prompt book next time, and it will run that way. See, that's there. If I now go into prompt book library, you should be I should be able to see my, you see this Salem Save prompt book. Now I just need to run this, and it will run those two questions together. You can add more questions, you can amend it, right? You can, edit this and amend all those. Hope, I think, yeah, time is up. So, any questions? No? Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. And yeah, thanks for that.
Still goes?
Still.
That's all right.
Yeah. Wait. I think we need to create
From Deep Studio, stop cam. Mute also.
security is a big branch. You don't need to be a hacker. But this came in. There's a podcast called Darknet Diaries. If you want to listen, really interested in security, you don't need to know technicals. That's why you hear stories how people are stolen and things are stolen. So this is the amount. This is equal to 1 billion US dollar. I'm not converting. So that's something I've converted into INR and then wrote it. What happened? Around, I think, 6 to 7 years back, couple of smart people, really smart people, they stole this from Bangladeshi National Bank. Imagine this number, right? Now, do you think now security is important or still it is not required? So this number, this amount was stolen. It was kept in US as a Bangladeshi National Bank. It was stolen from there. Later, it was like 70 to 80% was recovered after like couple of years, but it was stolen. Little story how that happened. How many of you have already a resume written? You have resumes, Word format resumes. Raise your hand. How many have written? So what happened is one fine day, somebody sent their resume to Bangladesh National Bank for interview. There's a guy sitting there. He opened that resume. That's a Word document, and that's where the trick happened. When malware got downloaded, that malware from that machine actually traversed from that machine to their entire Swift devices. So what is Swift device? If you are like going to bank very frequently, bank to international transfers, that's also called Swift transfers. Right? They have a different mechanism nodes to do the Swift transfers. Right? That's a Swift machine. It went to that Swift machine, compromised the machine, right? Then bank had a very fallback, like something what happens, or power failure happens, right? We have backup fans and all to do that. Like similar to that, bank has a backup system. If somebody does a big transaction like this, so if the bank system goes out of power or whatever reason, there's a printer which is to take a printout of all the transaction. That guys were able to disable the printer as well, and no printout was taken. So nobody even knew that happened. And it happened on a Friday evening. And the transfer happened to such a country, right? The next was Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday, that country has a national holiday. So you can imagine 72 hours of gap, nobody even realized that money is stolen. Now, do you think security is still not important? So that's why I just want to talk about myself, Samik, and I'll give my introduction maybe to the end. But the idea here is to make you aware that why security is important. Maybe we get feel bored. It's not about that. Whenever you think about security, it's not important that you have to think like a hacker and you do a lot of big screen. And in movies you have seen, right? A big guy sitting in big computer, doing all the back screen stuff, and then things are going here and there. And that's what we talk about security. That's not. Security is way bigger than that. That's only a part of it. That's called red teaming or penetration testing and things like that. But you can protect things. So ideally, security starts with our personal behavior change. I think most of you use Google Drive. Do you know how many files are shared from your Google Drive to whom? Like, let's say you have a file, right? You are making notes and you're uploading it to Google Drive, you're sharing it to a friend, right? Do you guys keep a track of it? Whom you have shared? No, right? You should keep that. Because, for example, the person you have shared, if somebody gets their credentials, they can come and delete your file. So that's where this thinking has to change from a mindset. It don't need to be a superhuman or need to be with a lot of AI modules and things like that to know security. What you should understand is whatever I am doing, is my every step secure? Another simple steps can be, I think all of your bank account, you see, whenever you log into bank, it sends you OTP. Why it does it? It just makes sure to verify it's you. Similar to that, that's called two-factor authentication. So these are basic things which you should follow to understand and to kind of be aware of security, right? So go ahead and look at every aspect you do. You are tech guys. Start from the beginning of your career. Go ahead and see that wherever I can be more secure. Because if you are secure, you're gonna teach that security to your family, and then the culture builds. Security is called as a more of culture building thing. It has nothing to do with like one fine day you build a super wall and then that becomes security. It's not like that. It happens over time, right? So yeah, that's something I think I just wanted to set up base, and then that calls for today's topic. It's managing Microsoft Sentinel at scale with Azure Lighthouse. I'll break it down. This topics might sound a little alienated for you, but here are two key topics. One is Microsoft Sentinel, and one is Lighthouse. Right. So that's what is going to be today's topic. We're going to see two different technologies within Microsoft landscape and how we can combine them to make sure that we are using them to the fullest to our advantage. Right? Because technology should not be complicated, it should be easy to us and easy to implement. Now, I think before I go further, I'd really like to thank all the sponsors here, all the organizers here, and to the college as well. And you should be really proud of that they made this happen to this entire environment, right? So great thanks to you, and especially thanks to you as well for listening to me so long, right? I hope I'll try to make it more interactive interactions. Now, the event we're talking about, it's aMP, and then if you look at, it's happening all over the globe. It's happening today here. A couple of days back, it happened in Pune, and these are the rest of the destination we're going to talk about. There will be different speakers. So this is an event wherein we cover various Microsoft technology topics, and these are the places it's going to happen in future, right? Now, jumping to today's agenda, as I mentioned, right, we're going to talk two separate things. What is Microsoft Sentinel? What is Azure Lighthouse? And building together, bringing them together, how it works better. And obviously, I definitely open it up for question and answer. But don't feel limited that you have to ask questions on this. You have any question related to cybersecurity or security as a whole, feel free to ask me. And I'm also going to give my LinkedIn profile at the end so that you can connect. Talk to me later. Right? So what's Microsoft Sentinel? Now, if we talk about, as I was talking about that great Bangladesh heist, right? So digital estates are really growing. If we look around ourselves, right? 10 years back, maybe there was a small mobile phone. That's the only digital piece, right? But today, we have a smartwatch, we have a smartphone, maybe people wear smart glasses, right? Imagine that whatever digital devices you are wearing, right? That has your data and that's controllable. So the digital estates is growing day by day. Now imagine tomorrow when you go to college, you go to a corporate for work, right? You'll be surrounded by such devices, right? So that's why I need to understand that the digital estates is growing at a faster pace than ever. Like 5 years back, it was slower, but now it is really, pacing up at a faster pace. Now what happens? Before I go further, what is seen? Now imagine that you have 10 devices or 10, even if you are staying in hostel, PG, or if you have own place, right? Obviously, most of you have a router, right? So router also generates some logs, right? Every hit browser, every URL you hit, that's going to get connected to the router, and that's going to get some logs, right? That's also another way of logging. So whatever we're going to talk about Sentinel is a SIEM solution, security event incident management. What exactly it means? So imagine that tomorrow you go and work for a company. That company they'll give you a machine, right? They will give you internet to work. They'll give you some softwares to work, right? And then you'll be working in network. For example, you have college network, right? Just an example, to access the college Wi-Fi, I have to enter my IP address and someone has to allow me. So I am inside the college network now, this machine, right? So technically college can track what I'm doing in the laptop. So eventually when you go to big organizations or if you work for a company who service other companies like that, they will have all their data points in a common solution, like a database. It's just for the ease of understanding, I'm talking about the database. It's not like your DBMS or SQL database. It's more of like transactional data. Like for example, you access to google.com, you access to facebook.com, you access to instagram.com, and so on and so on. But everything is captured. Now, same thing, you are working on 5 application, even it can be accessed, like there are things like if I type something in laptop, right? Every keystroke can be captured. So imagine that you have a powerful facility, a powerful solution, which basically stores all such data and give it to you, do whatever you want to do, right? So if any such access or data store is given to you, let me ask you a quick question. What is that you want to do with that first? Let's say you are in charge of security of a company, and then they say that, okay, I don't have any security, but I'm logging the data in one place. What's that you're going to do with the data? Any guesses? Anyone? You can try at least. So you have access to their machine's laptop, you have access to emails, you have access to firewall data, you have access to even Wi-Fi logs, right? Who is logging to Wi-Fi, what website they're accessing and things like that, right? What is that you're going to do with the data? Anyone? Yeah? Okay. That's really a creative answer. But in organization there is someone sitting on top of you, right? They might stop you to do that. But what else we can do? Correct. So when you say monitor, right? Can you go a little deeper? What do you mean by monitor?
What we are doing. So like searching
Okay, I'll answer your point. That's a great point. So when I talk about stealing, it's like your company doing your monitoring, right? So they're not going to steal it. Any other guys? Anybody else? That's a nice answer. Like monitor. What else they can do?
Sometimes they will block the.
Exactly. Why they will block?
It is harmful to others.
Yes, exactly. So that means you have a big data. You got a responsibility that I have to keep my users in a proper channel. I cannot let them go left, right, because one goes, everybody go, and it will hamper the entire system. So that's where security, event, and incident management comes into picture. You have data, you can ingest all your data, you can have an alerting, you can have a monitoring, and then you can protect them. For example, I'll take Facebook. No offense with Facebook, but just take an example of Facebook. Somebody says, or maybe let's take an example of there's a very huge cricket match. ClickBuzz is a site, right, which will get most hits. So somebody sitting on top, they decide today will block ClickBuzz. Why they are doing it and why they are able to do it? Because they have data. First of all, they have information, which is that today there's a cricket match. Now they have data from the previous history that whenever there's a cricket match, most of the people go and try to see that website. So now they know that. So they have two factors, right? You have data and you have information externally. So in the world of security, we call it threat intelligence. So for example, it's publicly available, and I'm going to give some links as well. So what happens here is there are companies, even Microsoft does it really huge. If there's an IP, right? If that IP addresses tries to attack someone, attack some machine anywhere in the world, right? They create a list or database called threat intel database, right? That threat intel database, and it's available for free. Or if you've heard of Tor IP addresses, Tor browsers, Tor proxy. Okay, fair enough. So threat intel is something which is kind of a database of bad IP addresses. So any IP address which has some bad history linked to it, it's like a reputation score, right? That is attached to it. Similar to that, there are URLs which will be listed there. So SIEM, basically what it does, it tries to talk to those external factors and look at your data and figures out what's wrong. And then it gives you a reference that you have these things which are not going right. Feel free to do whatever you want to do. Either you terminate them, you close it up and things like that. Now that's the idea of SIEM. Is it making sense? Right. Now let's look at why we are talking about, traditional SIEM. So we'll talk about traditional SIEM, right? So a SIEM solution is something which earlier days, a lot of companies who used to come to your on-premises, they will tell us, give me 2 servers, 5 servers, I'll set up the SIEM. You put all your data in, right? And then after your data is in, you do your monitoring, you do your blocking and things like that. But with time, coming back to the previous step, right? What is going to happen is, it's like day by day, as I give an example, right? I can have smartwatch data, I can have mobile data, I can have like 100 other gears I can wear that have data, right? Similarly, the companies will also grow in data. So if you are setting up something, let's say in this server, assume that this is server. Tomorrow, this has a capacity of, let's say, 100 gigs of data ingestion per day. Tomorrow, something happens and then your data ingestion goes 150 gigs. Now this hardware cannot accommodate that, right? Your hard disk gets full, you cannot accommodate that, right? So that's one of the things. Now to expand it, what's going to happen? You're going to buy new hardware, do the setup again. So it's a full cycle of setup again and again, right? That kills time. And during that time, you'll also have that protecting, monitoring, all those things stop. So that's why I think is like this on-premise solution has a high cost, obviously, because once you buy a server, you have to buy it like really a good hardware. Because when you buy a laptop, we don't buy it for a month, right? You buy it at least for years. Similarly, when you invest on hardware, it's kind of costly there. Second thing is it's difficult to scale. So when I say scale, right now, today you are logging your device logs. And you decide that I want to log in my firewall logs, I want to log in my Wi-Fi logs, I want to log in my router logs. This hardware cannot scale it. You have to add a new hardware. The moment you add a new hardware, you have to install the software again. Right? For example, right, when you attach a new hard disk, you want to format your computer, right? Similar to that. So that's a difficult piece to scale. Then, because the data is limited and then you are writing your rules manually, imagine that your on-prem system is not connected to internet and that's not available on cloud. I'll jump onto the cloud concept in a while. But what happens? You write a rule, somebody fails to log in or gives wrong password for 3 times, raise me alert. As simple as that, like banking does it, right? If you give 3 wrong passwords, they're going to block it. So you thought that, okay, that's a good logic. I'll copy that and I'll put that. Somebody try to access our college system and, sends 3 times wrong password, raise an alert. Now imagine that during a result time, somebody writes an automation that go to every student's profile, log into their profile and create their result automatically. Let's assume there's an application going on. And then what happens? The credential, entered there, that got expired. What's going to happen? That's going to create a lot of alerts for nothing. So that's what is called false positive. So these things happens a lot because see, you have a limited server now, then you have difficult to scale, and then you have overwhelming alerts. Because you really cannot put AI and stuff like that to understand, okay, it's not a human, it's a machine. Right? Now for that, we have, what is that I'm going to talk about is, right. Let me get back to the previous one. So Microsoft Sentinel, which basically eliminates complexity and saves cost. Why? If you look at, right, with this product, first of all, this in cloud. So we go to a cloud instance, we don't need to set up any server for that. You just go and create the instance. I'll show that in a demo. It's just there, right? The moment it's created, from that moment onward, you can start ingesting data directly. You don't need to think about, is the data getting indexed? Is it like way below capacity? Today you can ingest 1 GB, tomorrow you can just now 1 TB data also tomorrow. There's no issue at all, right? That's one thing, right? Second thing is, what's going to happen? Today we are talking about a system, let's say within the college perimeter. Tomorrow, if you go to work on a company, that company can work with other companies. And so on and so. And also a single company can use multiple products. You can use a database from Oracle. You can use data warehouse from Google Cloud. You can use Office 365 from Microsoft. You can use like EC2 instances from Amazon or AWS, right? So you cannot limit that because that's how the business runs. Now, this tool also facilitates because now compared to on-prem had a very limited place where you can only ingest whatever you have connected or connectivity around. Having something in cloud, you can connect anything which is accessible over internet from any point in place. So, and there is no human dependency. You just connect and then get more data. Now imagine a part, you have a small data store, right? Wherein you're only ingesting machine logs, firewall logs, that's it. Now going to that, you get to a place where you get to ingest everything you want. Like you have a custom application, you have a Google workspace, you have like Amazon, as you see in the screenshot, right? That's one thing. So it makes it scalable, it makes it available. And then what's going to happen is, the moment I go there, right, this threat intel piece which I was talking about. So with threat intel, what happens? Because this is cloud connected, right? And threat intel means, what did I say that? You have IP addresses which are constantly getting updated. Is it a bad IP, good IP? Same thing goes for URL, or same thing goes for your file hash. Anybody know what a hash is? What a file hash is? Want to try? All right, so you create your documents, right? Every document or every file created in Windows system, that can be converted into a hash value. Hash is a big value, converted that file. So what happens is, see, you create a file resume1, you create a file resume2, but it's the same copy of a file maybe, right? Doesn't mean files are different. Maybe files are same. So how do I compare? If I try to compare a file name or path name, I'll never be able to realize that these are same documents. But if I convert the same hash, hash going to be same. That's like the file convert into binary hash. So similar to that, like any virus, any malware. You heard about WannaCry virus or something like that, or Log4j. Okay, so these are a couple of viruses or malware. So basically, the wrong files, if it comes to your system, it might block your system, encrypt your system, delete your system, and things like that. So those files are basically identified by hash. Because if you identify by the hash, right? If an attacker changes the file name, you still have that control because you're controlling the hash, right? So that's where this threat intel plays a crucial role. That's a reference. So you might have written that, okay, give me an alert wherever there are 3 failures to log in. Right? Let's add a parameter there, threat intel. You are also going to capture from which IP address that is getting logged on. Now you go to TI and ask, hey, is that IP address good or bad? Now if TI tells you that if it has seen like in 5 other countries, this is a bad IP address, then you're more confident, right? Then this is really a bad thing. So that's why threat intel plays a good role. I'll jump out of the automation at the end. Now AI, right? Just by talking about AI, now the more data sets you have, let's imagine that, for example, if I work for a company and then I work from India, right? So what will my mostly working hours? I will be logging around morning 9 to 10, I'll be logging around evening 5 to 6, right? That's my login log out time. One fine day, and I'm doing this for like 6 months, 1 year, and things like that. One fine day, somebody from US logs in at midnight. So what is the first assumption? Exactly. So that's not me, right? And who is going to help me detect it? Because it is monitoring my behavior, right? That's not only one part of it. Second thing is you might have created 50 alerts, right? It will also monitor the alert patterns. For example, maybe whenever I try to reset a password, I always make my first try false because I'll try to remember the whole password. I log in and then it just try to blocks it, right? So AI can find out those kind of patterns. That's why AI is important. Now, automation is the biggest plugging piece here. Why? Before I get that, can anybody give me an example of automation? Sorry?
Like when we get in the room, the light is automatically switched on.
Okay,
When we get out of the room, we do the.
nice example. Anything else?
So this study give us presets, pre-incoming. It will automatically do the things.
Nice. That's a good example. Now, let's say you always all have a login ID for college, right?
Yes.
Right. So let's say there is somebody writes a rule that if you log in from one IP address which is bad, identified by threat intel, and if it is 5 times a day, block it. So blocking, right? Blocking, what happens? Somebody has to go to your user profile and manually block you, right? That can be converted as an automation. So entire thing can be combined in your cloud SIEM itself. You just set a workflow. User comes in, he fails X number of times within, let's say, half an hour. If TI said that that's a bad IP, you go to the user and block it. Now, can imagine, like compared to on-premises, how this solution helps you, right? Now, let's look at some numbers. What Microsoft gets. It's 15 billion network alerts. Like as a whole, it serves all the customer, right? And numbers are not accurate; they are nearly accurate, but you can see the number, right? Because it's cloud control and AI control, right? AI has understanding of this many data sets. Now, you might all know that the more data you train the AI with, the better it gets. That's why this makes sense, right? Now, repeating what I said from a SIEM, what a SIEM means. First, we are going to do what? Collect. So collect from where? Anywhere you want to. It's like you can on-premises, you have Google platform, you have AWS and things like that. Anywhere you want to, you can connect from. As long as that is an internet connectivity and that can send data, right? Next thing, what you're going to do is detect. How do we detect? If you observe, I talked about using threat intel. You have data, you have rules, and you have a reference of threat intel. You connect them together. Then after we connect or after detect, we're going to investigate, because see, all the time, whatever we detect doesn't mean they are real threats, right? So that's where into investigate. What we investigate, for example, I'll mimic the same example. I'm working for a company. I log in, let's say morning 9 to 10, log out 5 to 6, IST time zone. Somebody, let's say I'm in X city. Somebody logs in from Y city, right? Do I consider that as a bad thing or a good thing?
Focus of activity based on that.
Okay. So you're right to add to your point what an investigation means. So let's say I can do another check as a part of an investigation. What that's going to do, whenever I log in, system captures my IP address, right? And also my location, longitude, latitude. That's my location pin, right? So as a part of investigation, what I could do, gather all my location pin for last month and see if they are getting in a circular area or they are outside India, for example, or outside my city or my state. Then only I should be able to conclude it's a bad thing. So that's an example of investigation. You can do an investigation on your own way, right? So let's say you know that I have 5 machines, and then out of 5 machines, 1 machine is a dev machine, and then that development being is done, and that's not up to date. People do a lot of dev stuff, and then there are possible failed logins from there. So whenever you get a failed login, you also can check that is it a dev machine. So these are investigation scenarios. So that's why I investigate, and at the end of the investigation, what we realize it's a real threat. Should we act on it or not? Then the next thing is respond, right? How do we respond? So anybody, let's say I got an alert, or you got an alert from my system that somebody else has logged in from US. So what is the response you're gonna have? So I'm just repeating what I said. Like I log in like every morning and evening. I log in morning, log out evening. Somebody suddenly logs in at a midnight from US or UK. You did an investigation, you figured out that that was not me. What is the next step you're gonna do? Remove or block the user. How are you gonna do that?
Allow the access to the user.
Exactly. So you will follow some steps, right? You'll go to my user, block it, or take some actions and things like that. Now imagine that you are doing 50 times a month the same thing, right? Does it make sense to repeat the 50 times in the same month? That's where you do automation. Because you know that if this happens, I'm supposed to do that. So that's the automation flow we're talking about. So that's the full circle of Sentinel. Hope this makes sense. Now, before I go further, I'll just go to the list up. We have another thing to talk about called Agile Lighthouse. Anybody would like to explain what Lighthouse means?
Used to indicate the kind of surveillance.
Surveillance, exactly the right term. Anything else?
Guides the ships in the ocean to reach the coast.
Perfect. Anything else? Navigation. Okay, good. So you got the meaning of lighthouse, right? So now whatever I have talked so far, right? We talk about a single college or a single company or a single organization. You have data, right? And then you're going to collect data, you're going to investigate, you're going to detect data. Let's say you are working for a company, you are acting as a SOC analyst to do that job. Now imagine in the world of security, there are companies who provide this service to other companies. Now what they're supposed to do? They're supposed to do the same thing for all the customers, right? So let's say they have 50 customers. How are they going to do that? They cannot log into 50 places and keep on like juggling their keyboards and look at this, look at that. Not like that, right? That's where the concept of lighthouse comes in. What lighthouse enables? Again, lighthouse is a very, very named term. There are technical ways to implement it. And once we implement it, if I am a service provider, again, I have a quick demo to show you there. If I am a service provider, what's going to happen is I can see, let's say if I have 50 customers, I can see all 50 customers from my login itself because I have lighthoused. And detection set there, either I can run detection from my environment or I can set up detection in their environment and I can keep on monitoring the alerts. And whenever the alert comes in, I can set up automation, I can investigate and things like that. Now imagine the scenario is like you have 50 different types of companies who have their own data stores or own data ingested to their environment, and you are providing service to 50 of them. How? Using Lighthouse, because with Lighthouse you're connected to everyone, right? So it's fundamentally a three-step process, I would say. With Lighthouse, you're going to take control. Take control doesn't mean that you're going to spoil that environment. That's access control, right? You're going to make them stay secure so that they are secure, because anything goes wrong, you're going to see it. And then be informed what's going on, right? Let's say you have 50 customers, you see one customer is doing ABC. You're going to take that learning, you're going to implement that for customer B as well, because you have access to both. Now, if you take at a very, very normal scenario, how it works. This is customer A, this is customer B, customer C. With Lighthouse, this is how you see. So if you are part of this tenant, or this is your company, right? You can look at all three customers. Now, it doesn't matter how much bigger you go, you're gonna see the same thing. Now, the next thing is better together. Now, coming back to the same point, you talked about SIEM, wherein you gather data, protect, detect, and all those things. With Lighthouse right on top, it basically enhances that capability to do the same thing for multiple people. And then eventually, more and more you automate, it's going to be easy, because once you automate, you don't have to do much, right? So that's why it is better together. And if you look at how it works, this is how you're going to see it. You have something, your tenant, maybe you have something in your tenant, you're going to push or you're going to target all customers. So that's called utilizing the right with Azure Lighthouse. This is another example, I would say, extended example. Now look for the demo. Let me try to open. Cool. So this is where I have logged into Azure portal, portal.azure.com, right? Anybody can subscribe. Once you subscribe, you get $200 free credit. You can do anything you want to. Create VM, create Sentinel, Excel if you want to do that, right? Now, if you look at, this is my demo tenant. Oh, sorry, I think what I should do is close the presentation mode so that it can show up. Thank you for the feedback. I think you should see it now, right? You see in the right-hand side top corner what it says, cloud demo tenant. So this is a customer tenant, right? So this is a customer tenant where that particular thing I talked about, Sentinel, is set up. And if I go to Microsoft Sentinel quickly here, right? What you would see is it is set up. This is the set instance, this is the resource group, and this is the subscription. And you see, this is the tenant, right? Now, I have already set up like a customer and provider setup. What I'm going to do right now is same login, go to the settings, and I'm going to switch tenant to, where do I go? Summit MSSP. So this is a different tenant altogether where I've logged in. This don't have Sentinel, right? But what I can do from here is, reward this. I'll go to Sentinel. You see, I can see also here. How I can see there? Because, and if you see, I am in which tenant? MSSP, right? And which directory this is? So in this case, this is the provider, this is the customer. This is how the setup works. And sorry, they're almost on time. So I'll go to Azure Lighthouse and scroll it down. Manage your customers. Say customers. You see, this is where I'm having my customers. So similar to that, you can add a number of customers, right? And the good part is this service, right? Sentinel is chargeable because you are ingesting data. So you are occupying cloud resources, right? That's why it's a bit of chargeable, but it's still for first 31 days till 10 gigabyte, it's free for ingestion. So if you already have a Azure subscription, or go ahead and then spin up one, you're going to run Sentinel for 31 days for free, no charges. And Azure Lighthouse is absolutely free. There is no charge to use the service. So with that said, I think that's what I want to share and summarize that. First of all, when you understand security, understand it from a very grassroots level, have your mindset changed, right? What security is. And if you're going to work for any organization, or if you're interested to work for security as an analyst, think that how do I collect my data, how do I detect my data, and how do I fine tune my detection and automation, right? So I think that all I have. And what I would do is, we are almost on time. So any questions? And in the meantime, I'm just, as I said, I'm Microsoft MVP, and I have been speaking for like a couple of years now. And I've also written a book on this topic called Gateway for Sentinel. And this is the QR code if you want to connect me on LinkedIn or any questions you have, right? So with that said, over to you. Anything, any feedback, good, bad, worst, you did not understand anything, feel free to speak up. All right, so now I got a pen here, which I want to give it away, and I want to ask one question. Right? We talked about Sentinel, right? We talked about the 4-step process how Sentinel works. And don't answer, raise your hand. I'm going to ask you. If you can answer the right thing, you're going to get this pen. So, what are the 4 steps? You remember that 4 circle I showed you, right? There. So, raise your hand who want to answer. Who gets the first right answer gets this pen. Please. I'll come to you. Go ahead. Cool. Let me ask another one. Okay. Another question, maybe the last one, right? We talked about Lighthouse, we talked about Sentinel, right? The question is, again, you're going to raise your hand. I'll come to you, answer this. If it is right, you get this one. So, you have a Lighthouse setup, you have a Sentinel setup. Tell me how many customers you can onboard using Lighthouse. Is there, you have to raise your hand, don't answer. If you answer, nobody gets it. Okay, you have already got one. Yeah? 3 customers. Okay, that was in the slide, but I did say something. Anybody else want to try? Okay, not the right answer. You want to? That's the right answer, because that's what is managed services. So yeah, please. So the special thing about the filter, right, it is not filtered in India, it was filtered in Microsoft Denmark, and that's why. All right, so with that said, as I mentioned, I'll be around till evening. Any questions, feel free to reach out to me. This is my LinkedIn. And thank you everyone for attending and attending so much. Hope you got something.
See guys, you can go for a lunch break and assemble here by 2 o'clock, okay? The session will continue after 2.